timing of the other similar incidents. That is what I wanted to know. I need to check this again. Is there no rough timing? Like, was the latest one the September 24th one? And I just want to know roughly a time frame. Has it been happening the last week? Okay, has it been happening? Okay, and we are live on YT and Palm.fun also. So let me just do another post on our X socials. Got to let them know. Oh wait, I don't have. I have to use my PC for that. Yeah. So wait, let me just go through this really quick. Okay, it was not the only one. Happened very recently at other mosques around Singapore. What is very recently? I would say even in the last 6 months would consider as very recently time frame wise. And oh yeah, the meat looks like but it's not confirmed to be pork. Okay. Thank you for joining us, Michael, June, Ali, Johnny, Raymond, Chan, HDR. Thank you for liking the live. Dearest HTR, Laura Cock, Leven, Ellen Govan. Uncle want to keep fit. Croissant. Thank you for joining us. Croissant, or as we in Singapore call it, croissant. Stephanie Tan. Okay, I need to stop reading names. I need to focus on the story and post on X first. Yeah, the first story we need to start recording very soon because we are late. We are an hour late. By the way, if there's any stories you want us to cover, please let us know in the comments. I mean, in chat. What? Wow, I just saw this news on Mothership. What is this? There is a Holland Village news. I just saw this and it was posted 21 hours ago. Wow, there's so many stuff going on in Singapore recently. I mean, there were periods when we were doing, the news. Some days in Singapore, it was like, okay, Singapore is really peaceful and safe. Nothing much to cover here. What is this? This just posted. Wow, okay. There is this Holland V news that I just saw posted on Mothership. Shout out to Mothership, by the way. They are a great source of news if you want to keep up to date. So I need to welcome to the stream, Boon. Welcome to the stream, Cynthia. Welcome to the stream, Soon. Welcome to the stream, Kaskan. I'm Yi. This is TTS Daily Live BTS. Not the boy band, but behind the scenes, Wendy S. Anyway, by the way, the boy band call themselves BTS because they man behind the scenes. I'm just gonna post like we are live on Pump Fun and TikTok and and this time I'm not gonna add a link to our social post on X. It's just strange. X X algorithm is like hot and cold. Mei Ling, thank you for joining us. Kepo, Allison, S. Ali, Long Long, Ben Shi, Bull Trady. Wait, sorry, there's a lot of echo. Lily, thank you for joining us. Papa Dave, thank you for joining us. Okay, I'm just gonna briefly go through the Moss incident. We gotta cover that first, then after that we go to Ken Lim. Once again, 2 days ago, September 24th, 2025, 5:20 p.m., police were alerted to a suspicious parcel at Al Istikama Mosque. Mosque was immediately evacuated as a precaution. They didn't exactly say how was the parcel packaged like. Was it in a bag or what? No, nothing here. One person experienced breathlessness, maybe through could be anxiety, and taken to Sengkang General Hospital. Mm, and then SCDF hazmat checks confirmed no hazardous substances were found inside the parcel. It was only the next day, which is yesterday morning, Minister K. Shanmugam revealed the parcel contained meat which allegedly looks like pork. And then that was when he shared with us that such incidents have been happening at mosques around Singapore very recently. Very recently, the time frame we do not know. We can, for me, very recently could be up to 6 months or up to 3 months. And of course, doing this is considered, it's like, how do we say, such acts is considered like inflammatory. How do you pronounce that? Let me check. Inflammatory, inflammatory. Let me check. Inflammatory. How do I pronounce what? Inflammatory. Such inflammatory acts can cause. Is it considered incitement? What's the correct word here? Not incitement. What would be a good word to use here? Let me think. I mean, besides unacceptable, inflammatory acts can cause divisive division. Anyway, Home Affairs Minister K. Shanmugam confirmed this isn't the first time, and authorities are still investigating possible connections. Wait, oh, my camera is here. Okay. Yep. Okay, let's just cover this. Thank you for joining us. We'll be doing the recording very soon, actually now. So I'll have to mute the stream for a while when I do the first story. So let's see. Okay, I'll be muting. Oh, sorry, I actually have this text pop up all along. I didn't even realize. Recording in session, audio muted. Please wait a while. I apologize. I'm going to be muting the mic now in 3, 2, 1. So a suspicious parcel arrived at Al Istikam Mosque on September 24th, 2025, around 5:20 p.m. and the authorities police were alerted to it. The SCDF Singapore Civil Defence Force were deployed and they deployed hazmat specialists. SCDF hazmat checks then confirmed there were no hazardous substances found inside the parcel. However, one person experienced breathlessness and was taken to Sengkang General Hospital, probably due to anxiety attacks, because this is really scary when a suspicious parcel arrive at your place of worship and there's no one that laid claim to it. So only the next day, which was on the next day on September 25th at the morning, Home Affairs Minister K. Shanmugam has now revealed that the parcel appeared to contain meat, and that meat appeared to look like pork, but the exact meat is not confirmed as of yet. Oh no, and I forgot to mute over at here. Let me now just take a listen of what I just covered. The next story will be doing the Ken Lim one. I haven't exactly read all the sources. For now, I only saw one covered by Straits Times. I believe more publications would cover it also, because usually we would want to read all the publications, because different publications sometimes they will feature added context that certain publications didn't cover. Thank you for joining us, LC, Pitcher, Bruce Lee, Annie, Ko, Eve Tan, Chua, AC. Thank you for joining us. I'm Yi, this is TTS Daily Behind the Scenes. So, where is my recording? Okay, here. Wait, there is no audio now. Oh my god, there's no audio. No way. Is it because I left this plugged in? I think in future I need to separate streaming and recording devices. Too many hiccups. So there's no audio here now. We're gonna have to re-record that. Let me check. John Lee, welcome to the stream. Separate is safer, do that in future. Yep, just that we don't have enough devices. Okay, we have to... Wow, because there's like so many applications going on. And also, doing it together it takes up a lot of CPU and GPU. And then I have to do uploads also. Sometimes people were saying like, why is it lagging? Probably because I was uploading, you know. Welcome back, bro. Welcome back, brother. Li Pao and Julia Liu, thank you for joining us. Mr. Sotong, thank you for joining us. So, I'm trying to figure out what happened. I left this plug in because every time I remove and plug in, Live Studio would make it like I have double input for the mic, so it causes echo. So I thought leaving it plugged in, it won't interfere anymore. I checked on live stream, it's okay, but apparently when I plug this in, the recording app would take it as now I'm using this for input and not this. So I just have to figure out how to set the recording app input to this now. Okay, we're kind of behind schedule in this case. Lim Nancy, hi, I like to watch the news you shared. Thank you very much for your support, Lim Nancy, greatly appreciated. We are actually recording the news now, live daily, in front of you. Just that when I'm recording, the audio has to be muted. And thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. So, okay, okay, let me figure out where is the option to set audio. Settings. Bluetooth and devices. And then thank you for joining us, Shane. Thank you for joining us, Judy. Thank you for joining us, Aston Chong. Thank you for joining us, ISO Podstars. Where is the... Okay, this is the mic. So allow apps. Man, I can't find the setting. Microphone. Okay. Let me see. Hopefully this works. Okay, I'm gonna test again first. Testing 1 2 3, and then if I were to test 1 2 3, test 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. Okay. So for Live Studios is okay. Live Studios is fine, and then now I need to do a test recording. Testing 1 2 3. Hopefully you can wait. I need to mute this. No sound. I set it as default already. apps might have their own settings. Da, 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 da. So I need to find a setting for this. Okay, fine. No, I need to find the app setting. Rockstar, TTS, yes, that's us. We're doing TTS daily right now, live recording. Having a technical hiccup here, so basically just recorded a segment and then there was no audio, so I need to troubleshoot this. Sorry, sorry, not doing any PK. Sorry, we are way behind schedule and we don't exactly do PK here. Hold on a minute. Okay. Hmm. You know, I can't figure out why is there no recording. I'm stumped. I'm really wondering what is going on. The camera is fine. It's just the mic. I have set. Is there any way we can test this? I've picked the right input. Input device. Troubleshooting input device. Okay, Windows troubleshoot did not help. Volume mixer. This could be it. Let's check. I've picked the correct input device. Input device is the default device ready. So maybe I should disable. Which one should I disable? Gee. Sound settings, still the same thing. Sorry everyone, sorry squad, sorry for the brief lull in content. I don't get it. My input device I picked correctly already. It's not recording. I'm gonna try recording one more time, okay? I'm gonna close the app and then I'm gonna restart the app. And then I'm gonna record. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hopefully you can record this and we can finally get the train moving. And now I'm gonna check. Oh my god, it finally worked. Sometimes just restarting the app is the... Oh my god, all I had to do was just to restart the app. Oh my god, finally. Okay, let's get started. We're gonna re-record the story. Finally, oh my god. So all the settings, we double check, triple check, it was fine. Record couldn't work. All I had to do was just to restart the recording app. Fine. Let's go. So squad, we're gonna be doing recording session right now. Audio will be temporarily muted. Please bear. recheck the recording. Listen to it here now. Thank you for joining us, La An Hi Chu Chu Lan A. Checking the recording right now. No, guys, I might want to re-record that. Hazardous, hazardous, because I'm not happy with the way I pronounce a certain word. Hazardous. Oh my god. I want to re-record that, and we're so behind schedule. Hazardous, hazardous. Oh my god. Looks like we're gonna re-record that. Okay. Don't even need to listen to the rest of the recording. Not happy with the quality. I mean, to be honest, the one that we recorded yesterday, I wasn't happy with all of them, but yesterday we were really in a rush for time. So let's re-record that, and recording in session. that was like a long chain of technical hiccups. The first recording, which was probably the best, had no audio. After that, I was stumped by the word inflammatory. Oh my god, I think I pronounced it wrong again, but fine. I pronounced it wrong in the recording. Inflammatory. I pronounced it as inflammatory. It should be inflammatory. But I believe later you will hear me calling it as inflammatory. It should be tree, inflammatory. So I was stunned by that word. I was also stunned by the word hazardous, hazardous, and I just couldn't get into the flow. You know, some days you're focused. You know, you're in a zone, and some days like today, you're just a bit off. And today, I think this first story, which is actually a quick story about the Moss incident in Singapore, where the parcel appeared, and then it was allegedly it's meat, but it looks like pork, but not confirmed yet. And then minister tell us that so recently a lot of these suspicious parcels have been turning up at mosses in Singapore. We basically just covered that, and that took me like such a long time. Like, oh my god, why did I put this bottle of water in front of the live on air sign? Let's move it here. Oh, but you can't see because you're on TT, on YT and Pampando. You can see. Let me just check the recording. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. I hope I didn't pronounce the Moss name wrongly. El Istikama. Oh no. Did I pronounce the name wrongly? El Istikama. Right? Bro, please don't tell me I pronounced it wrongly. Alright, this is gonna take forever. I wanted to have an early stream today and then end the stream early. This is gonna take forever, it seems. It's gonna take forever. We are gonna be here for the long haul, okay? Okay, how do we do this? Testing 1, 2, 3, okay. We're gonna be here for the long haul, so I have to re-record that again. Seriously? Seriously. Welcome to the stream, Chua Herbert 7. Welcome to the stream, Aries. Let me just check. VVS on Palm, 20% and 10% holding is crazy work. So the 20% has been locked for 6 months, by the way, and 10% we're holding also as partial equity, which when we need to, we can, use for capital outlay. Vesoso, Visoso. ZO and SO are pronounced the same way, right? Visoso, Zoso, Viso, Vizoso88. Welcome back to the stream. Hello there. Welcome back. Viso. Call me. No, I'm just wondering, ZO and SO, are they pronounced the same? Vizoso. Oh my god, tongue twisters. Vizoso88, welcome back to the stream. So today we are still recording the first story, okay? Thank you for, in case you weren't wondering, I've been recording for the last hour 8 times on the Moss incident story. And can you guys hear my background? I do not know what noise it is. There's like noise outside. I probably just gonna re-record the intro. So give me a moment. Just gotta re-record the intro. Today we're doing the Moss incident that happened on 24th September, 2 days ago, and then yesterday Minister K. Shanmugam told us that the parcel contained meat which looks like pork, not confirmed to be pork, and then he also revealed such suspicious parcels have been turning up in other mosques in Singapore recently. We're still doing on that first story. We have re-recorded that like 8 times today, just not in the zone today. I do not know. Is it like I'm not fully awake yet or something? Maybe I need to, I don't know, maybe I need something to, maybe I need to do a stretch or something, to make myself fully awake. And then after that, we'll be doing the Ken Lim story, which is breaking news. Thank you for the Hut Me thank you for the Hut Me Vsoso88. So I just need to redo the intro a bit because I actually pronounced the Moss name wrongly. So be right back. I need to mute the audio a while. Just gonna check the recording again. Sherry O, thank you for joining us. I need to check the recording. So let me rename these. These are just sound bites for Moss name. And then this should be let me recheck the audio. I seem to be very critical of my own enunciation today. I seem to be super picky today with the way my intonation is, the way, the speed of my speaking, and I don't know what is wrong. I'm pretty sure I've recorded 8 times. This should be okay, but still somehow I feel like You know what? It's okay. It's not the best. I need to check one more thing. I need to check. Okay. I mean, it looks okay. I mean, look, I must be insane if I want to re-record for a 10th time. Listen, that was okay. That is okay. That was fine. That is fine. That is fine. That is totally fine. Uh, Mike Hawk, welcome to the stream. Europe itch. Is that the latest news that just happened? Is that a breaking news? There's some kind of itch fever going on in Europe. What is this? Europe itch. Would you mind sharing more context with us? Kingo LC Jeff, thank you for joining us on stream. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna I'm gonna upload that. It should be okay. It should be okay. Let me just upload the first story. So that should be under where? Mike Hawk, I not very sure what is that. Not sure what you're trying to say, bro. Can't make out what words are those. Datu, welcome to the stream. Gonna send the team a note. Use the sound bites for the mouse name because prone. Mike Hawk, dough. You know, dough could be play dough, could also be dough that you use to make pastries or donut. And then dill is also known as pickle, right? So are you talking about pickle dough? You know what? We're done with the first recording. Let's go to the second one. Let's go to the Ken Lim story. Okay, let's see what actually happened. I briefly read it. Yesterday. I mean, this morning. How could it read it yesterday? Ken Lim. So, ex-Singapore Idol judge Ken Lim. This just happened. Breaking news. September 26th. He has now been... Has he been sentenced? Oh, he's not sentenced yet. Okay. He has been found guilty, but basically, how am I supposed to say this word on stream? He has been convicted of inappropriate touching, but sentencing is urgent till November 18, 2005. And it seems that Mr. Ken Lim might be traveling overseas for work before his sentencing. I mean, he's he has an application to do so. I mean, so let's just go through what happened in that case, okay? The case of Ken Lim inappropriately touching. I can't use this word. I can't use this word. Uh, Explicit conduct, no. Inappropriate conduct. Uh, Physical misconduct. No. What is a word to replace this? Something that is algorithm safe. I would call it. What is? Oh wait, I totally forgot to open up my YouTube chat. My bad. My bad. Okay, at least this chat is open up now. So, what is a algorithm safe word? Inappropriate touching. Inappropriate what? Grouping, touching. So the incident happened on 2021 at Hype Records office, Henderson Road. Ken Lim, 61. Whoa. Okay, he looks way younger than that. Allegedly inappropriately touched a 25-year-old woman during a work-related interview. Is there no further details on this? And in a separate case, another woman accused Ken Lim of making explicit comments at Hype Records. And this was... What is this? This is confusing. No, but this case was already acquitted. He was already acquitted of this case. It's an incident that happened in 2012 and he was acquitted of it at 2024. Jimmy Teng, thank you for joining us on stream. This is CTS Daily. I'm Yi Yi. We're doing behind the scenes live recording for our content daily uploads. We're doing the Ken Lim story now, and I'm very confused reading this case. There isn't any further context on what actually happened, you know? Okay, now I need to read up more on this. So much context missing. Oh, he has a total of 5 trials. It's only the second one. The judge noted he's an unreliable witness. These are all the context that are missing. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. This story is Limerick Daniel. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the Hut Me, Limerick Daniel. I'm reading the Ken Lim story and it's wow, there's so much context missing. I mean, this is this story is wild, okay? This story is really wild. My god, this is oh my god, the Ken Lim story is gonna be a long story. Uh, okay, this has so much layer of details. Okay, but the article repeated some parts. How detailed should I cover this story, guys? The Ken Lim story. Should I really cover the incident? You know, the incident. So they had 3 interviews, and during the third one, that incident happened. You know. This is weird. During the first meeting, Ken Lim advised her to delete any oots or revealing photos. So 3 interviews in November. The first one, no idea when. Second on November 18. The third on November 23rd. So Hype Records is I don't know, is it a recording company? Why does she have to practice kissing on him? Doesn't make sense. But I mean, thank you for the follow, Karalu, Karalua. Thank you for the follow. Okay, too. Thank you for joining us. Okay, now let me read the other source. Marco, thank you for joining us. This is weird. The questions that he's asking at the second meeting. This is. I mean, if true, it's inappropriate suggestions, comments. Karafua, thank you for the follow, Karafua. So that's how to pronounce your name, Karafua. So I'm going through the story of Ken Lim. He has just been convicted of inappropriately touching an interviewee. So there's been a line of accusation made against him, 5. He was acquitted of the first trial. This is the second trial. He has been found guilty but not sentenced yet. Sentencing is in November. And in the meantime, he has an application to go overseas for a work trip. Thank you for the rose, Karafiwa. Thank you for joining us, LC Join. So basically, the victim's narration of the story is Ken Lim asked her to kiss him. She obliged, and then kissed a second time as requested by him with more passion. During the second time, his hand went out and touched her chest. I don't know, man. This is. And then after he touched her chest, she was uncomfortable and left, shared details with her boyfriend, and they decided to lodge a police report. So basically, this is like a Me Too movement because he has 5 trials lined up against him. And then his defense claimed that, I've been in this business for 4 decades. He's 61 years old now. So if he's behaving this way, I wouldn't be having the success I'm having right now. And the best part is, Ken Lim also specifically denied kissing the woman, where her story was, during the third interview, he asked the interviewee, the victim, to kiss him. The first time, it was like not good enough, so he told her do it with more passion. And then during the second kiss, his hand touched her chest. But now, he is denying the whole incident. No, not just no touching happened, even no kissing happened. very different accounts of what actually happened during the third interview. And then he's quoted here as saying, being able to kiss on screen is so irrelevant. Basically trying to explain that there was no need. So basically trying to explain that there was no kissing that happened at all. And he also wouldn't have asked her to even kiss with him, as a kissing scene is irrelevant in Singapore context because it is not really used much in Singapore media. But the judge found him to be an untruthful witness, making claims to serve his own interests. And the judge also found the victim's testimony to be unusually convincing, which left no reasonable doubt of Ken Lim's guilt. Okay, this story is gonna be long. This story is gonna be long. This story is gonna be longer than I expected. I need to prepare. Have to prepare for this. I'll be back. See you soon, Karafua. We'll be streaming here. I mean, I still have like 4 more stories to record, and the second story, the key points and the framework, I haven't even prepped it yet. So it's gonna be a long day. Thank you for the hug me. Thank you for the hug me. And thank you for joining us, Cindy and Jess. So I need to prep this. Ah, Pei Nai Nai, Abang, you doctor, yeah? No, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a TikToker. Why do you say I'm a doctor? This is not a stethoscope. This is actually 108 prayer beads. Am I wearing some doctor's coat or something? Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Appreciate you. We're doing the Ken Lim story, and the story has so many details so that I need to make sure that I don't say it wrongly, you know. Wow, this one, let me check this. Which left no reasonable doubt of Lim's guilt. Pei Nai Nai, that Tico Pei deserve it lah. I was reading the story, so apparently there's 5 trials lined up against him. This is the second trial that he has been convicted. The first one, he was actually acquitted of it. And then I'm just shocked at the I'm just trying to process everything that happened, you know, the so-called messages, the 3 interviews, and the questions that were asked. I'm like, oh my god. And the interesting part was the victim's account was he he asked her to kiss him. She agreed the first time. She also agreed the second time. It was the touch to the chest that was considered as inappropriate touching, but his version was even the kissing didn't even happen. You know, so the point of contention is vastly different here. And when the verdict was announced, he could be seen shaking his head. For outrage of modesty, Ken Lim faces up to 2 years jail and or a fine. He cannot be caned as he is over 50. Crooks in uniform, welcome to the stream. Uh, Sorry, I can't really understand what you're saying. Besides wayang. Yanqi, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the stream. Man, the Ken Lim story is gonna be a long story. I mean, recording this, I'm guessing it's gonna be at least 4 to 5 minutes um, because there's so many contexts before the incident happened on the third interview. And there are so many words here that I can't even. I need to change the words to be more algorithm friendly. Embellishment. Okay, I should be ready to record this. This is really, really long. This is really long. Hey guys, I'm ready to record this, the Ken Lim story. Let me just check again. 5 trials line up for him, right? I don't want to miss that point. Five trials. Let me see with more details on the 5 trials. Nope. So we have no idea what is trial 3, 4 and 5. Okay, alright. Okay guys, I'm going to be recording this. I'm just gonna go through the points with you all briefly. So Ken Lim, 61-year-old music producer, former Singapore Idol judge, executive director of Hype Records, has been convicted on September 26, 2025 of inappropriately touching a 25-year-old woman during a work-related interview. That was the third interview during that month in a series of interviews. Lim asked the victim to kiss him. After an initial kiss, he requested a more passionate kiss, which the victim obliged, and during the second kiss, he inappropriately touched her chest. The victim then pulled away and left, citing it was against her morals. She then shared with her boyfriend and decided to lodge a police report. The judge found the victim to be unusually convincing and found Ken Lim to be an untruthful witness willing to make self-serving false claims. According to the judge, not us, okay, not us. Everything we say here is all from online, okay? Now, he has been convicted of, outrage of modesty, inappropriately touching, and could be seen shaking his head when he heard the verdict. For context, this is the second trial out of 5 trials where I would say there are a group of, not sure if it's just women or if there's men, because there's 5 trials, so do not know trial 3, 4, 5 if their genders yet. So at the first trial, he was acquitted of making suggestive explicit comments to a lady in 2012. He was cleared of that. But this one, the second trial, he has been convicted with outrage of modesty. For outrage of modesty, Lim faces up to 2 years jail or a fine. He cannot be caned as he is over 50. Sentencing is adjourned to November 18, and he's currently doing an application to go overseas for a work trip. Roughly like that. Yep, I'm gonna get a drink. Be right back in 2 minutes and I'll start recording. So recording in session in 3, 2, 1. Daily. About to record the Ken Lim story, but there's so many little details and context in this whole story, you know. So I'm thinking instead of a summarized one, maybe I'm gonna do a pretty detailed one. Mm. No. Oh my god. I'm actually making the story longer and longer by adding more and more key points. Thank you for liking the live, Besoso88. Doing the Ken Lim story, decided to go pretty much deep dive into it, cover more. Because as I add on a bit more context, I felt like I could have add on a bit more background of other parts too. This might be a long story. Earlier we did the Moss incident, the one that the suspicious parcel that arrived on September 24th in a Singapore Moss. Now we're doing Ken Lim, the one that he just got convicted of inappropriately touching a female interviewee during the third interview in a month on October, I believe, 2021. The one where he asked her to kiss him, she agreed, and then he say, "Can you do it more passionately?" And then she agreed, and then during the second kiss, he touched her chest area, and now he has been found guilty of outrage of modesty. Juju Yo, welcome to the stream. Hi there, thank you for coming by. This is TTS Daily. I'm Yi. We're recording the stories daily that we're going to be uploading, and it's going to be a behind the scenes. During recording, I'll have to mute the audio. This story is, oh my god, this story is look, oh, if I were to cover all of this might be over 10 minutes. Let me see our other stories. Is it possible for me? I might not be able to cover the other stories, honestly. I might not be able to cover the other stories at this rate. Besoso 88, one day to cover how many stories? It really depends on the load itself, you see. If the stories could be like basically summarized and just, you know, give a brief summary, then I can do maybe 20 stories. If every story I just basically just read out the headlines, give a reaction, done in 20 to 30 seconds, that is very easy to do. If you want to give deep context, then everything has to be right, the sequence of events have to be right, and then you need reactions, you need to have social context, and then those stories gonna take a long time to prepare because you need to cross-reference you have to cross-reference different sources. Sometimes different sources have conflicting points also, because sometimes they do make mistakes also, and then some references might have added context that you need to add on. So it's much easier when you summarize everything. When you do a quick fire news, I can do 20, everything 20 seconds. It's really easy. But when you make it to like really detail over 4 minutes, some stories we do even 15 minutes, then you have to be really. So basically, like this Ken Lim story, if I'm gonna do everything right, including like what happened, because he has 5 trials lined up for him, this is his second trial. He was acquitted of the first trial of making explicit comments. He was acquitted of that. He's in the clear. The second one, he's convicted of outrage of modesty already, not sentenced yet. So, but the whole incident have a lot of backstory, and how what happened, why the judge deemed him to be an untruthful witness, because his police statements and his court denials, they are two different things. So I mean, I could also don't mention that. So it's just like, so we have to really weigh, like today. Usually we want to do like daily spotlight on Singapore as usual, then Asia, and then China, then bigger a bit globally. But today there's a lot of Singapore stories. Today actually I line up. I have like one, two, three, four, five, six. Today I have six Singapore stories, but at this rate I probably can only do three because I'm expanding on the Ken Lim part. You see, maybe four. So the next two is gonna be really brief. Basically, we would choose which stories we feel has more importance in increasing social awareness. That's what we want to do here. So we don't like to cover grim stories here because there's a lot of grim stories, accidents happening, so and so forth. We don't really cover those. There's a lot of other channels that cover those. You can, unless that story, has context on, that we need to cover, and it should have increased social awareness towards certain issues. Yeah, so that's right. So it's called Vessel Candler, not easy. Yeah, like this one, oh my god, this one is not easy, man. This one. I'm 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 getting a headache arranging the points and the framework, and man, to be honest, this story is much easier if I were to record it offline, because there's so many stuff here. When I record it online and then I mute the audio, I probably have to mute for like at least 10 minutes. Trust me, later I'm gonna have to mute this for 10 minutes. Elizabeth, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Veso Studio Live, is it a bit lag in reading message? I think there is like a 10 seconds lag because when I'm watching my own stream. Wait, is there no lag? Wait, I think there's like a 10 seconds lag. There's like a 10 seconds lag. Thank you so much for the love you so much ×4. Welcome to the stream, Siu Eng Tan. I'm currently going through the Ken Lim story. It's only our second story of the day, and I am struggling. I'm honestly struggling. I'm so tempted to just cover this in 20 seconds, Ken Lim has been convicted of outrage of modesty, sentencing in November. Next. Isn't that easy? Shouldn't I just do that? Okay, gonna go through the points together. Ken Lim, 61 years old, music producer, former Singapore Idol judge, executive director of Hype Records, has been convicted on September 26, 2025 of outrage of modesty, basically inappropriately touching a 25-year-old woman during a work-related interview. This was a series of interviews that they did. This was the third interview where the incident happened. Not sure if he is married, but they did. Ken Lim, is he married? They did mention that his family members were also at court with him when the guilty verdict was read out. So I'm not really sure whether is he married or not. The incident occurred on November 23rd, 2021. So I was wrong. It's not October. I kept thinking it was October. At the Hype Records office in Henderson Road during the third interview with the victim. Lim asked the victim to kiss him. After an initial kiss, he requested a more passionate one, which the victim obliged. And during the second kiss, he touched the victim on the chest area. She then pulled away and cited that it was against her morals and left. And then, this was the third interview. I could actually go through like what actually happened during the first and second interview. Nothing physical there. But it sets up the tone of the story. Vesoso 88, the girl also agreed to kiss him. Yes, that is the part, right? That is the part. He asked her to kiss him, she obliged. He asked for a more passionate one, she obliged. During the second kiss, he touched her. But Ken Lim, during court, denied the kissing even happened. You see, this is a really interesting part here, you see. Vesoso, she can say no. Exactly, she can say no, but so this was the third interview. So during the first and second interview and their text messages, it can be seen that Ken Lim was asking the victim if she is able to like perform like on a switch. Can you like just suddenly turn into performance mode? Because apparently this interview was probably for maybe I'm not sure, for media geeks, maybe acting and so forth. So yeah. Why she agree to this, you know, there's also maybe she also wanna get in. As you know, it's a very fascinating and very complex industry. We've all of us have heard many stories of the entertainment industry, right? So after that, she went back, kept quiet, and then finally told her boyfriend. Her boyfriend. Yeah, I know. I know there's a lot of things that people are gonna say, but the thing is, this story is really so long, so many details. I wouldn't be able to stop and then go through every point like, why did she say yes? She has a boyfriend. These are all the parts that I wouldn't be able to react to. If I react to the whole thing, it's gonna be like 20 minutes, okay? So, I just have to be factual. She's shared with her boyfriend. Maybe here I can share lah. I don't know the boyfriend's gonna argue with her or what, but anyway, they then decided lodge a police report, and then also shared the Telegram messages and all that. Oh, sorry, I could not say the word. I mean T to the G, because the TT platform doesn't like it when we mention other platform. Vessel, yeah, I wanna be famous. Yeah, that's right. Not sure why. Look, she just really, like she said lah. Okay, she's an aspiring actress, aspiring influencer that really wants to get more jobs. Okay, so yeah, how this one not for us to judge really lah. Let's just focus on the part where Ken Lim touched her inappropriately, and this was all leading up to it because before the first, second, third interview there were already messages that already and also during police statement he admitted to touching her lower back, calling her babe, dimming the lights, and also sending a message about tying her up. But then during court, he sort of denied all this. So it's really and then in court the defense was arguing like, I've been in this industry for 40 years. If I'm behaving this way, come on, I wouldn't have lasted so long. Artists will not be signing with me for like some artists already with me for like over 20 years like that. But you do know that there are 5 trials lined up against him. He was acquitted in the first one. This is the second one. He has been convicted. There's still trial 3, 4, 5. Okay, I need to start recording. This is really long. Okay, be right back. Recording in session. Tenzer at pump.fun, say pump fun, but sorry, this was 1 hour ago. So what happened is I need to listen to the recording. Thank you for joining us, super super. Oh, that was a long one. I need to make sure that. Okay, I need to recheck some of the points I just said. I am listening now right up to the second interview, rechecking about the performance mode part. This one is from CNA. This part, I don't think it was mentioned. I don't think it was mentioned that detailed in Straits Times. AB, thank you for joining us. Okay, it is mentioned briefly in Straits Times. Let me check CNA. Yo Amu, thank you for joining us. Just finished recording the Ken Lim story. I mean, hopefully one take is enough because I did a lot of prep work for this one. Hello boss, nice to see you. Yo Amu, thank you for joining us. Thank you, appreciate you very much. I just finished recording the second story. It's the Ken Lim story. It is the breaking news of the day. And it is just like so many stuff to check here. Even the web page is like 6 pages long, you know. I'm scrolling up and down trying to find the parts that I want to read. Okay, I need to recheck my recording. I need to go back 10 seconds. Okay. Oh man, I need to make notes. There are certain parts of the recording that I need to edit. Wait, So this is the Ken Lim story. Um, Not this. Should I put new folder and link? Second, sorry. Source, Straits Times, and CNA. Hold on, talking to my team. Uh, Welcome to the stream, everyone. This is TTS Daily. I'm Yi. I'm hungry, and checking the recording that I did for the second story, the Ken Lim story. Super long, super challenging. Okay, I need to recheck the recording. This is okay. So this segment is not usable. Need to tell them. What the fish? Welcome to the stream. Hello, brother Victor. Right, welcome to the stream. I'm making notes for my second recording. The second recording, the story is harder than what we usually cover. It's a Ken Lim story, the breaking news today, where he's just been convicted of inappropriately touching. So making notes to the team because this is a tough one. O two O nine. So there's 8 seconds that I do not want to use here. Use from K. Remove the parts where I say okay. Email method, thank you for joining us. Thank you for the follow. Hello, how are you? Afternoon here. Late afternoon, gonna be evening soon. We just finished recording our second story. I'm Yi, this TTS Daily behind the scenes. Welcome. Have you seen any of our stories recently? Are you a current viewer of ours? I'm checking the recording that I just made, making notes, making editorial notes for the team. New viewer, welcome here. We upload a ton of Asia news daily. Focus spotlight on Singapore as always. We are based in Singapore. Then today is a heavy day of news because today have a lot of big stories. And I'm behind schedule, way behind schedule. Oh my god. This part is okay. Okay. I'm at the part where Ken Lim's defense denied even kissing the victim. This is the most interesting part to me. The biggest difference of their accounts of what actually happened. I mean, I really want to include in the recording like, what, she has a boyfriend. She agreed to kiss him, but never mind. Thank you for the heart me, Meowth2. Welcome back. Meowth2, have you seen the news, the Ken Lim story? I just finished recording it. I'm going through it and writing editorial notes. I go work了，加油加油，you too 加油加油。Hope to see your stream back online soon. Vesso, finish your record liao. Finish already, but I'm rechecking here because there's a lot of parts where I need to make notes to the team so that they know which parts should be left out. Maybe some parts I want to rearrange them. I think ultimately could be covered in 5 minutes. I didn't want to go too deep into the T to the G app message history because I mean all this leads up to that incident, but I think briefly mentioning it should be sufficient. What? Wait. Almost to the end of the recording. I need to check again the article. Okay, and then this is the background context lastly, where I talk about his 5 trials. Oh man, have to check this. Let me see this. Now it's the part about his 5 trials. I'm gonna check whether the remaining 3 trials are correct. But you know, even though there's 5 trials, right? The most serious trial is actually the current trial where he's found guilty of. So this is the big one out of all the trials that he's facing. Okay, so I might end the ending differently here. Huh? Okay, I need to re-record the ending. That was wrong. So I'll just use this until okay, okay. So I need to make a note here. Use until 05 10 yes. The okay. Okay, I need to record a new ending for that. Purest Bee Honey, welcome to the stream. Yo, Erica, welcome to the stream. Excuse me for a while as I need to go record a new ending for the Ken Lim story. Red Fire, welcome to the stream. I want to record a more concise, faster ending, so the length of the video isn't that long. Christina Tan, welcome to the stream. Just finished checking the Ken Lim story, the recording. So I'll be muting the stream in 3, 2, 1. Mute. Sorry, YouTube. Sorry, you to the tube. Forgot to change. Forgot to end the recording session. So, look, we still have to cover. Welcome to the stream, Trisha Tay. Okay, there's an update on the issue noise dispute, the fatal dispute. That one is fast. Basically, the assailant is 66 years old, not 67 years old as initially reported, and we have his name. And we also have the name of the victim's husband. And yeah, that one is really tragic. And also, so residents have said that both sets of family are actually pretty nice people. This is something that shouldn't have happened. So we just give a brief update on that. We have to do that. And then there is a lady that made a false police report. And can we do quick fire, quick one? So this one update, fast one. The 70-year-old woman that made a false police report, we can do it really fast also. And then the Ang Mo Kio fire, 2 teenagers arrested for mischief by fire. Let me see if we could make this concise or it is wordy. Gita, thank you for joining the stream. I'm just having some peanuts. Did you all hear my stomach growl? So far today I've had 1 thin slice of kueh lapis, really thin, because that's carbohydrate and sweet, so I have to control myself. And 2 boiled eggs. That's what I've had today. And peanuts. So yesterday evening, September 25, 2005, a fire broke out at Block 510 Ang Mo Kio around 8:25 p.m. at the lift lobby on the 7th floor, where a PMA and several bicycles caught fire. A bunch of people were evacuated, about 90 residents. 11 people had to be treated for smoke inhalation. Thankfully, no fire damage inside residential units, only outside. And before people think, oh no, not another incident of PMD or PMA catching on fire because of their battery, because a lot of such incidents happening. That is not why they caught on fire. The reason is 2 teenage boys, aged 16 and 17. They are currently accused of mischief by fire. Why the 7th floor? Why the PMA and the bicycles there? Does it belong to somebody they know? No idea here. And people are wondering, so these 2 boys are arsonists? Is this arson? What is mischief by fire? What is arson? So the difference is, mischief by fire is they cause the fire deliberately, but they don't intend to do large scale destruction. That's called mischief by fire. Arson would be like arson would be like deliberately setting things on fire with intention for mass destruction. So the 2 boys getting charged mischief by fire. I mean, they got off. I mean, it's considered being nice to them, right? If the fire wasn't put out earlier and it caused damage to residential units, would it still be considered as mischief by fire? CYH, are your damage still done? Exactly. So why aren't they accused of arson but mischief by fire? So is it because two teenage boys aged 16 and 17? I'm just saying, you do something wrong, you have to be accountable. Let me put the peanuts away. So looks like the clear difference is just intent. Their intent is just to, just playful, just set the bicycles on fire. That's it. They don't want to harm people. They don't want to hurt people. They don't want to destroy houses. You just specifically only want the bicycles and the PMD to be burning. That's all. That's why it's called mischief by fire, because their intent was only there. They are not like trying to like hurt others. Just burn the bikes. So what if that fire led to a bigger fire and then more damage? Would it still be mischief by fire? I have no idea, because we're not lawyers here. Thank you for joining us, Esto Man. If these two boys weren't caught, people would probably be thinking, oh no, another PMD fire. And yeah, recently Singapore there's been a lot of fire cases. Like I believe Toa Payoh had like 4 in a span of like 30 or 35 days. This will be the 4th story. Let's do the update on the Yishun fatal noise dispute first. So now I'm thinking the last story, should I do... There's 2 actually. But I think one of them happened in... there's too many stories today. Honestly, I do not know. I have to pick one. I can't do 2, really. I can't do 2. Okay. So let me know the 2 stories. Wait, let me go through them. Which should be the... Okay, we need to decide what is the last story for today. Please let me know. Should we talk about the 70-year-old woman that filed a fake police report about how her neighbor used Nerf gas and sprayed lubricant into her home? Vessel, a bit slow motion. Sorry, maybe... I mean, I'm on a wired connection. Maybe the network connection was a bit bad. Should we cover this, or should we cover the landlord that was sprayed with insecticide by the tenant after yelling at the tenant while holding a sharp object? This one looks better. The landlord. Okay, Vessel, yeah, I was thinking also. Because the other one is basically just a 70-year-old woman crying wolf, And then, yeah, she got caught lying, so that's it. But this one is... The landlord was scolding the tenant and then holding a sharp object, and then the tenant decided to use insecticide, like as if the landlord was a pest. CYH landlord also. Okay. Alright. Thank you. Really had to narrow down today because tight on time. The first 2 stories today was really I was really honestly struggling today. Let me check out the points on this landlord. This one. This actually happened last year, March 19. Wait, I'm reading wrong. Um, okay. What? Hmm? Oh. Hold on a minute, sorry. Okay, this happened. The female landlord screamed at a tenant with a sharp object. Tenant then decided to use insecticide on the landlord's face. So who is the defendant here? It seems to me that both are at fault. Who is the defendant? Who is the plaintiff here? I'm confused. Okay, the defendant is the one that sprayed the landlord's face with the insecticide. Okay. So basically, the female landlord asked the defendant, was he cooking in the room? They both then quarrel, start, sending regards to each other. And then, so the female landlord is 51 years old. The defendant is a 44 years old male tenant. But the female landlord actually asked the tenant if he wanted to fight. This landlord is really this landlord is this landlord is wow. After challenging the defendant to a fight, she took out a sharp object from the kitchen and shouted at him. And then, in retaliation to seeing the sharp object, he decided to protect himself using insecticide. At this point, he hasn't sprayed her face yet. So things should have taken for a better when the female landlord actually put the sharp object down for a while, but then things got heated up again, so she picked up the sharp object again. And why is this word called chase? Are you serious? They run around the house? Wait, no, wait. Because this is 联合早报. Wait, let me read again. Really? According to what I'm reading, the female landlord chased the defendant around the house with a sharp object, or the defendant was protecting himself with an insecticide. Are you serious? What? That's what it says in Chinese also. What? Okay. So the female landlord's son asked the two of them, please stop this before things get out of control. Things can end really badly. But they continue arguing. The altercation didn't end. And it finally ended when the defendant finally used the insecticide on the landlord's face. There's no sentencing yet. It is still ongoing, right? Let me see. Yeah, still ongoing. There's no sentencing yet. I'm just surprised how do I say this? The tenant is a defendant, the landlord is a plaintiff, but she was chasing him around the house with a sharp object, you know. I mean, isn't that. Look, that seems to be in the wrong too, okay? And then the prosecution was saying that the defendant has a history of intentionally causing harm. But defense said that was more than 10 years ago. Interesting. Why no sentencing? Why no sentencing? Let's see. Let's see when is the next update for this case. Thank you for joining us, Kitty. Wait, there isn't any added context from 联合早报 on like when is the next court date or what? Still a developing story. Where are my links? Okay. Should be 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. Um, okay, let's do the recording for the Yishun update first. Oh my god, it's 6 o'clock. Why am I so slow today? Jennifer Yong. I'm so slow today. Focus. I need to focus. Where? I have like 30 tabs here and I need to close some tabs. I'm getting confused. Closing this. This one can be closed. I'm gonna close this. This one is done. Done. Okay. Oh my god, this picture of the tenant, he looks like the ex-president of a certain country. That's all I can say. No more. No, it ended. Okay, I'm sorry. I must be too tired today. So this landlord story has already been sentenced, okay? He was fined 2,500 Singapore dollars. Yep. I am sorry. Must be too tired. Okay, this will be the last story. I'll put this here. Gonna do the Yishun. Basically, the Yishun update is very simple. The age is 66 years old. And the assailant is known as Ko Ah Hui. The victim is Miss Nguyen. How do you pronounce this? do not know how to pronounce this. Fong? Is it Fong? Pronounce. How do you pronounce this? Let me check. Let me check. Phoang. Phoang Tra. Fong. Fong. Yeah, yeah, Fong, Fong, Fong. Fong should be more correct. This one also, you're missing context. I need to tell them again. Okay, you know what? We're gonna check. Video 1 is ready. I'm gonna check the recording first, then I'll just post video 1 first. What is he doing? Oh my god. exhausted today. Squad, I'm exhausted. Taurus Ivan, welcome to the stream. Your host Yi Yi here is currently exhausted. He is behind the scenes and you are looking at me spacing out. Legit spacing out. Some issues with the first video, can't post it now. Let me think, am I gonna re-record the first video? Giva, thank you for joining us. I'm currently thinking of an issue. We have an issue with the introduction of the first video. So thinking of how we want to edit it before we can upload it. As of now, it's not exactly upload worthy. Not exactly upload worthy as of now because too many. What should we do? Welcome to the stream, Outzam. This is TTS Daily, behind the scenes. And we'll be streaming at least maybe for another 1 or 2 more hours. At least. Sorry, Yuan Xiaoyao, hi, from Palm.farm, 你好. Yes, this is Tianzhu. This is Tianzhu. Yep. This is Phoenix Night Eye. Feng Qiu Yan. Sorry if you're away because I just saw your chat. Alright, okay. I'm gonna upload the first video. Uh, let's see. Yishun dispute. Welcome to the stream, SWSK. So I think MP Jackson Lam actually had an update about how he intends to like care for the two young children of the female victim in the Yishun noise dispute. I'm trying to find it. I can't seem to find it. I wanted to add that part. I can't find it. Let's upload the first story first. The stream might lag for few seconds because I'm gonna be uploading to TT, our first story. Welcome to the stream. Ha ha ha. Blue, is that a name? Currently uploading to TT the first story that we recorded live together today, the Moss incident. Istikama Moss. Singapore's El Istikama Mosque evacuated after suspicious parcel found. Posted. Would appear on your feed in about they need to do a content review, and after that it'll be up there. Then now let's do the recording for the Yishun update. I'm trying to find the statement given by MP Jackson Lam over the case, because I remember he promised something for the boys Yishun dispute. I want to add that for context. I actually saw the victim's husband name somewhere before. Can't find it now. Can't find it. Really, such a tragic case. Reading about it again, I remember there was something that Jackson Lam said. Jam65, thank you for joining us. This is TTS Daily Behind the Scenes. Getting ready for our third recording. Wanted to find more context on something that Jackson Lam said. Is it this recording? listening to the interview. Okay. I was re-listening to the interview given by Jackson Lam. Okay, just listen to the Jackson Lam interview about the Yishun dispute twice. So he has shared his contact details with the female victim's sister, and his main priority now are the two kids. And also, I think from the interview, he also mentioned that the unit below, the wife actually has came down to lodge a noise complaint before. And I think it was more than one complaint. Santa, thank you for joining us on stream. Mei Ling, thank you for joining us on stream. I'm about to record a bit of an uh, update news for the issue noise dispute case. It's my hair a bit messy. Let me wipe my specs. Hello, Mei Ling. Thank you for joining us. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm Yi. This TTS Daily Behind the Scenes. We've only recorded 2 stories today. Oh my god. We've recorded 2 stories today. I just posted the first one. Let's see how is it doing. It has 168 views, 4 likes. I watch you quite often. Mei Ling, thank you very much for supporting us. We'll be live daily from now on, Monday to Fridays. Singapore schedule. So if there's public holidays, there's school holidays, most likely there'll be no posting, because school holidays or public holidays, I'll be out with my kids. So we'll be doing this, all our stories will be recorded live. Of course, during recording, I'll have to mute. Like earlier on, like this first story that you just saw us posted today, the Moss incident, right? That story, like it was only 1 minute 16 seconds. Is it 1 minute 16 seconds? Let me see. 1 minute 43 seconds. That took us 2 hours to record. That was like 10 takes. Okay, maybe not 2 hours. Maybe definitely more than an hour. Yeah. So today I'm a bit off form. You see, some days I make less mistakes, and some days are like today, and most days are like today, where even a sub 2 minute story can take an hour, over an hour to record. Wow, a lot of effort, Mei Ling. Because not professional enough. The professionals probably can do everything in a single take. Skill issue, Mei Ling. Skill issue, okay? This is called skill issue. A sub 2 minute story should be completed like at most 10 minutes of recording tries. But for me, I need 1 hour today. But also because there were a lot of technical issues, mic not working, noise behind Mei Ling. We're not professional, so don't be too hard on yourself. True, but then, to be honest, I've been doing this for almost 2 years. There is a certain standard that I expect myself to be. And today was not it. Today is not, I mean, honestly, I've been doing this almost 2 years, talking to the camera almost 2 years on news. I mean, not news. I mean, yes, news. So today is not it. There is something wrong with me today. Okay? I'm not able to concentrate today. I do not know why. And I'm not exactly hungry, so it's not hunger. CYH agree. Mei Ling, when we when we sing a 4-minute song, the work that we do behind the scenes are like, oh Mei Ling, you are a singer, is it? Sing a 4-minute song. Oh, you are a performer. Thank you for the context. Next week will be a better week. Yes, maybe because it's like Friday, so it's like we've been recording from Monday. Yeah, it's like energy level because it's like we rest on the weekend, so Monday, Tuesday, you have more energy. Then when it's like the end of the week, yeah, your energy levels are lower, so you tend to make more mistake. Maybe that could be it. Mailing a lot of practice, choreo, a lot of practice, choreo, choreography. I'm making a lot of enunciation mistakes today. 加油. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna start on the issue update first because I'm really behind schedule today, 6:35. So I'll be going to recording in session, muting the audio in 3, 2, 1, mute. We'll be back, right back. sorry, I asked question while I was muted. So Mark Tan, duck in here. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Mark Tan. Easty, wait, that girl was never found. Easty, which girl are you talking about? I mean, is there another case that recently happened in Asia? Let us know. Maybe we could cover it. Which girl? Which story is this? Yoko Wang, thank you for joining us again. Yeah, so it's 7 o'clock. I'm just thinking, should I let Chu Min Nom Shan, thank you for joining us. He's in the past era. Who is in the past era? Who are we talking about here? Tan Dave, thank you for joining us. I just realized this is Friday. I mean, I did realize it previously, but I just kind of realized it's the weekend, which means all of us right now is kind of happy that we're off work. Okay. So should I order food? Should I order dinner? That's what I'm thinking about. Yeah, should I order dinner? But I'm not hungry. Surprisingly, I'm not hungry today. Let Chu Minom, the person who was asking about the lost gal. Yeah, there was someone that I was asking it on you to the tube chat, but not really familiar if it was a recent. Oh. Maybe it's the. I know. I think we're talking about the young girl. I forgot her name. 13 years old or something, and then it was like she has been missing since July, I think, but the notice of her missing only came out in September. People like wondering what she has been missing for like 60 days, and now you're asking me, has anybody seen her? I think that was probably everyone's initial impression. Like, did they print the date wrongly? Probably. That's a good guess. Because if we were to check any missing stories we've covered in the last few weeks, this was the only missing girl story that we've covered recently. Yeah. Thank you for linking up the context, because I'm kind of like thinking how to frame the next story we want to record. Thank you very much. Appreciate you for being here. Thank you for the roses, 22 of them. Lechumenom Shan CM. And thank you for the finger heart, Mr. Be Happy. So we're about to do the last story of the day. The last story of the day is where the female landlord wanted to 1v1 with the male tenant. Actually asking the male tenant if he wanna fight. Insane. The story is wild. Which area was this? Geylang Lorong 40. Yeah, okay. Sunny Spring Apartment, Geylang Lorong 40. Lechun Namonshan, what about the Yishun unalive case? I wanted to purchase an apartment from. I mean, the assailant has been arrested. He has been charged with murder. We just did a story on him about an hour ago. We now know he's 66 years old, not 67 as initially reported yesterday from sources. His name was, I think, Ko Ah Hui. The victim is also 30 years old, not 31, Vietnamese. Victim is, I think, Nguyen Phong Tra. I mean, purchase enquiries, I'm sorry, we're not able to help here. Caleb Big, thank you for joining us. Lechu Menom thought he was Malay, and now I knew he's Chinese. I mean, a lot of people had that idea because there was a resident a resident that shared story about the neighbor, saying that that neighbor actually during Ramadan shared dates with them. So because of that context, a lot of people thought maybe the assailant was Malay, but we now know he's Chinese. Bai TI, thank you for joining. Felix Tan, thank you for joining us. This is TTS Daily. I'm about to start recording. Oh, this happened last year. This tenant versus landlord thing happened last year. Yep. Okay, okay. Lechu Menom, we are multicultural society. Please record for your podcast. That's true. We are multicultural, multiracial, racial harmony, religious tolerance towards each other. That's what Singapore is about. I'm just going through the points for the last story of the day. Incident happened last year, 2024, July 27, at the Sunny Spring condominium at Geylang, Lorong 40. The landlady, 51 years old, was questioning her tenant, Chen Yongxin, 44, about whether he was cooking in the room, and that escalated in an argument. Both sides then started, sending regards to each other, and then the landlady challenged Chen to a one-on-one. Should I say one-on-one? Okay, no. Asked Chen whether if he wanted to fight, but isn't that a one-on-one? I mean, it's more fun to use the term one-on-one. Lechum Namon, I support you, bro. Thank you very much for your support, Lechum Nanom. And Sidaf, hi. Hi, Sidaf. Welcome to the stream. Li Ling To, thank you for being here. Lechum Nanom, thank you for your finger heart. Sidaf, I said. What happened, Sidaf? What happened? Don't be sad, Sidaf. Oh, okay, I know. Is it because recently there's a lot of sad stories in Singapore? Sidaf, I got scammed. What happened, Sidaf? What happened? Do you buy mattresses? What happened? What happened, Sidaf? I got scammed. Hope you make it through this scam, Sidaf. If you want to share some context with us, can share in chat. Someone stole from me. Have you made a report to the authorities, Sidaf? I'm not sure if you are in Singapore or not, but have you reported it to your local authorities? Sidaf, no I game? Not really sure. Do you mean in-game, like an online game? Okay, anyway, back to the story that we're gonna cover, the last one. Yeah, so the landlord asked the tenant if he wanted to one-on-one, and then she then picked up a sharp object, which the tenant, in his defense, couldn't find like a shield, but found a can of insecticide spray instead. And the best part was the landlord actually chased the tenant with the sharp object around the house. That's insane. The landlord's son then tell the two of them, please stop this nonsense. But they continue arguing, and finally the tenant used his can of insecticide and sprayed on the landlord's face, the female landlord's face. Now the tenant has been charged and he has pleaded guilty to one charge. Wait, what is this? XAV, hello, welcome to stream. Well, this is a live stream. Where's my TTS? Do you mean lie? LIE, or do you mean LIVE? Live stream. This is a live stream. This is TTS. We are TTS. We're doing TTS behind the scenes. Is there another term for TTS that you are perhaps confusing with? Does TTS, are you thinking like it means like text to speech? Or do you mean like TTS actually also means the talk squad? We are the talk squad. This is, so we abbreviate it every day we upload, we call it TTS daily. By the way, we upload daily on Y to the T, U to the tube. Our long form videos on U to the tube is currently the only way we are able to really monetize. So appreciate if you could actually watch us on U to the tube. So I'm kind of confused by this story I'm reading. Lechumanon, please stop targeting him. Let him talk. Okay, I'm going to focus on the story because I'm confused here. He pleaded here. The story read the tenant as pleading guilty to one charge under the protection from harassment act. I think that's wrong. I think violating. What was the charge? This is in Chinese, so I need to translate this. 一项抵抗防止. What is this? Violating a protection from harassment act. Protection from harassment act. This line alone leads to so much missing context. So what? Are you telling me the landlady has a protection from harassment act from her own tenant? What's this? Violating the protection from harassment act. Violating the. Let me check this. Lechumanom, you know that case, the one in Geylang. The tenant sprayed insecticide into the landlady's face, but why is it called violating protection of harassment act? Isn't this like grievous hurt or something like that? Veso, you haven't go makan? Not yet, Veso. This is the last story. I need to record this first, then I need to record the introduction for the long form content. Then most probably I can order food and just chill or and stream. Please call me Shan. Thank you, Shan. Thank you. Thank you. That'll be much easier. Drink more water. Are my lips peeling again? Yeah, I have very dry lips. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yep, my bottle of water is right here. So, violating the Protection from Harassment Act. Oh, okay. Okay, so I understand what I mean. So the Protection from Harassment Act applies to everyone. If someone makes threatening or abusive, words or communication insulting you, is considered as they violated the POHA towards that person, it seems. So it's not like someone has a protection order against someone. Am I understanding this correctly? Shan, I work as a paralegal. Thank you very much. Okay, violation of harassment is under bailable, not even imprisonment. No wonder he was just fined 2,500 Singapore dollars. Oh, Shan, the second story we covered today. Oh, that took me such a long time. We covered the Ken Lim case. Oh, that was so hard because there were like so many stuff, and then like he was like deemed not a credible witness for his second trial, and then yeah, so Shan, that's why Yishun unalive case happened. I was watching the interview by MP Jackson Lam again earlier. I mean, we recorded that 2 days ago, I believe. I think he mentioned something about the wife of the fifth floor unit actually made a few complaints about noise before. I think I forgot to mention that in the update video. Okay, never mind. It's too late to update that. POHA. This is interesting. So I'm going to ask. So does the POHA applies to everyone? Just gotta make sure. I'm just surprised this case. I'm on. Okay, I don't understand how the law works, but this case, the tenant pleaded guilty to violating the POHA, Protection from Harassment Act. But then it was the landlady, the landlord, that actually took out the sharp object and threatened him first. And she even chased him around the house with it. So aren't both of them in the wrong? But Shamugam, cause he's in a lot of stress about the meat that looks like pork but not confirmed to be pork yet, unless in the last hour or so there's an update confirming yes it's pork, and also the Yishun unalive case. Yeah, so sometimes when we cover stories like this, and we're wondering ourselves, how come the landlady isn't she also at fault? I mean, she took out the sharp object, she chased the tenant around the house, she challenged the tenant to a one-on-one, and because the tenant finally used the insecticide to spray her in the face, he's the only one being charged. I don't understand. Cherry, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Okay, I need to record this. Violation of the Protection from Harassment Act. Sean, you're feeling stressed, right, bro? This is how we feel. Snore in Heartland. I mean, Singapore is very, how do you see, very high density country. So, noise, I mean, for the Yishun case, noise, there's basically noise everywhere generated. Noise is really hard to deal with. Thank you for the rose. Thank you for the heart me. Chu Lian, thank you for the rose, Shan. Thank you for the finger heart, Shan. Shan, listen to the rest. Actually, I was doom scrolling early this morning. I saw there were a lot of comments, and there were some creators that posted stuff like saying they were like kind of shocked, like so there were actually quite a lot of public opinions that actually seems to side with the assailant, even though murder is always wrong in every case. I mean, unaliving. I should have said that word. The algorithm. Joyce, thank you for joining us. Okay, squad, I need to mute the audio for a while. Gonna start recording the last story of the day. So, gonna mute the You to the Tube stream. headaches. Because honestly, during recording, right, you're gonna say a lot of things wrong. You're gonna get a lot of dates wrong, a lot of sequence of events wrong, which I believe I just did at the last recording. So I'm gonna have to check now actually. Let me see. Sentence. Fine. Shan, what is tiresome? I love your content on video, but live you're just new. Remember there are crocs out there. Thank you for the warning. Uh, Crocs out there, yeah, there are dangerous people out there bearing bad intentions. Thank you. We will be more careful. Thank you for the feedback and pointing that out to us. Sean, thank you for the rose. Thank you for the rose. Thank you for the wow. That's a lot of rose. Uh, 19 roses. Thank you for the finger heart. Thank you for the finger heart. I'm also one of fellow Singaporean. Welcome to the stream, Megan Lane. Shan, take care and good night. Good night, Shan. Have a good rest of the weekend. Rest well, and see you soon. Sato, welcome to the stream. Squad, I'm currently checking my recording. The last hour day. Okay, I have to re-record that. I'm gonna have to re-record that. But should be easy. Should be easy, should be easy. Let me re-record that. Oops. By the way, chat, could you tell me, is the stream a bit laggy? Am I moving in slow motion? Because when I'm checking on Live Studio, right, it seems that I'm moving in slow motion. So I'm just wondering, is the stream a bit laggy for you? Am I moving in slow motion on stream? Wait. Chat, never mind that. I'm gonna check it myself. Because on Live Studio, right, I see myself moving in slow motion. And I'm thinking, is it because I have like 30 over Chrome tabs here, because I'm checking on all the news just now. So I need to make a mental note. I need to stop using so many Chrome tabs. I need to close them when I'm done with them. Let me just check here. CYH was laggy just now, not now. Okay. So yeah, that's the problem, you're using the same device to record, to stream, and then you're also using that same device to like open so many news tabs, and then you're also downloading and uploading. Namco Je Katie, thank you for joining us. I'm just gonna check myself. I'm gonna check with my personal account. How come I don't see myself streaming? I mean, how come my account can? Okay. Let me see. Am I lagging? Oh yeah, it is a bit lagging. Ah. So actually, you know what? Let me give myself some likes. Wait. Okay, it's lagging. This looks like a slideshow. This looks like 20 FPS. Okay, this won't do. This is like 20 FPS on TT. We need to do something about this. Yeah. I mean, I'm not lagging on the iPhone camera. I think it's I think the bottleneck is my PC here, my laptop. Thank you for liking the light, Shirley. Thank you for joining us, Yoko Wang. Okay, I'm gonna go back to recording. So, muting in 3, 2, 1, recording in session. YouTube. I'm back to. Let me just check. So I had to re-record the last story. Let me just take a listen out for it. Thank you for joining us. I'm someone else. Joanne Chen, thank you for joining us. Combi, thank you for joining us. The ending is okay. I need to check the front part. Let me rename this first. This is probably is this story 4? No. Story 5? No. 6? No. Okay, I'm very confused by this order. Why was it? Why was it 7? Landlady. I will just put this as wow, was it so long? That took 3 minutes. Until 235, okay. 235. Hannah, thank you for joining us on stream. I'm gonna make a note here. Use until 0235. Name this. Oh my god. Where is the other video? Okay, this is okay. We're finally done. Oh my god, I need to record an intro video. I'm starting to feel hungry. Chat, AMA, ask me anything. Finally, almost 5 hours. Oh my god. This shouldn't have taken so long today. Oh my god. Athena, thank you for joining us on stream. I'm Yi, this is CTS Daily, behind the scenes. Coach Leo, thank you for joining us. Pansy Lee, thank you for joining us. Hen Hearts, thank you very much. Shan, thank you very much. Thank you for the hand hearts. Oh my god. Shan, take care, bro. Take care too, Shan. Hope to see you soon. Need to make a lot of points here. So, video 5 uploaded. We need to change the way it is posted. It's very confusing. I'm gonna tag everyone. Shan, by the way, do I have your permission? I mean, everyone is free to share the live. Isn't there like there's a share live button, right? Shan will come and bother you again. No bother. I mean, we are planning to stream this daily, Monday to Friday. So as we are recording, might as well make it behind the scenes. Coach, thank you. Welcome. Oh, behind the scenes, yes. So since we are recording every day, might as well make it behind the scenes so people can know what's going on. Also can chat, and also people can always share with us like what news. Like also the story about the mosque incident, right? I didn't even realize there was an update about it, and then we then realized that actually it wasn't a lone incident. It was actually happened several times to other mosques in Singapore. It was actually a viewer that told us yesterday. Then we took a second look at the story, then realized there was an update to the initial first story on 24th September. So yeah, give us your feedback because we can only improve based on your feedback. Coach Leo, what is Daily BTS? Is that the boy band? By the way, I think the boy band call themselves BTS because it also meant behind the scenes, I believe. Chef 888, thank you for joining us. I have a team call with the team, so for now, I'm just gonna very quickly record the intro, then I'll chill with you guys. Then after that, I need to hop into a team call with them. So I just gonna do a very quick recording, the fast one. I'll be done in 2 minutes. Don't take it out of context. Okay, muting in 3, 2, 1. YouTube, Pump Fun, I apologize. The next stream will be on next Monday, Singapore time, usually probably afternoon. And we'll be ending the stream now. I apologize. You all have been stuck in recording session for an hour. Sorry to the one lone viewer that enter and leave randomly. I know there's probably that one lone viewer out there, so apologies and see you on Monday. Have a good weekend, everyone.